All right, how is it going? Let's just make sure. Looks like everything's good. Okay. So we're pretty much picking up right where we left off yesterday. Which is making ourselves some stuffs. Yeah. Boom. We're just gonna bang away here. Booyah. What does this say? Yeah. So we're gonna spend a little time today smithing up the necronium bars that we got yesterday. And then I think I want to go do some fishing. I'd like to get myself up to 68 so that I can go ahead and go to the guild and try some of the other fishing stuff out. So we're going to do that. But first, we need to make sure that we use all of these necronium bars and we work on getting our smithing up to 87. Because once we hit 87, we can use our Bainite bars to go ahead and keep going. The reason we're using Necronium, even though we can use Bainite already, is because we want to make sure that we can automatically create things at maximum heat. Once we can do the maximum heat thing, then we don't ever have to move from the anvil. Because we're doing things that only require one necronium bar at a base. So we're literally just going to sit here for like 15 minutes while our boots get crafted. And we only have to click just every time we go up to a new tier. So when we start doing necronium plus 4s, then there's just a couple of clicks and then we just sit here and wait. Which I enjoy, because it leaves us time to sit and chit-chat. We can get stuff accomplished without actually having to worry too much about actually doing anything. Because that's really what I care about. I much more prefer to talk, about gaming in general, about the state of MMOs. We could talk about Runescape, that's fine too. But I don't really... Like, I can play games without being on stream. Being on stream isn't about playing the games. In my opinion, being on stream is about discussing games and discussing gaming. That's where my enjoyment comes from. So I like doing some of these things that don't really require us to actually focus up too much. Makes it easier. And it gives us a chance to kind of look around at stuff. I mean, we'll be doing this for a while. I can look in a bunch of these different things and I can see, like what are we going to be getting in the future? What are we going to be able to do in the future? I can gain some knowledge here. There's just so much ability, and this is what I like, right? I'm a management kind of person. I like to manage my character, or characters, much more than I like to actively be playing them. And honestly, it's taken me a really long time to understand that. I kind of want, and I guess I kind of am currently playing a management style MMO. Because I am currently, when I'm off stream, playing Call of Dragons. But I would like to see something something less pay to win garbage, and more interesting in the MMO space for a management style game. I especially think that it would be pretty cool as a streamer to play a management style game that took avatars of my chatters and used them as the heroes. Honestly, have you ever played Adventure Town? There's a game called Adventure Town. And this Adventure Town game is you build a little city, and then adventurers come to your city and buy different things. And you set up all your shops and you do all that stuff, and then they go out and they complete quests and they finish, they defend the city and they do all this stuff. But how cool would it be to incorporate chat into something like that, where I could build this city, and then every time somebody from chat come, oh my gosh, that'd be so much fun. That would be so much fun. Just swinging away at my little metal bars here. Alright, so we're at 65. Apparently, that means we can use swordfish gloves, which I guess allows us to hand capture swordfish. I don't know, maybe. Vessel fishing. I didn't realize that we had another type of fishing already available to us. That's cool. That's very cool. We might have to go see about this. See if this is something we're interested in. I don't know. We will see. We will see. Yeah, okay. I like that better. Oh shit. Someone just got their 20-year cape. Someone just got the 20-year cape. I lied. I don't like that better. This is better. Congratulations, F.E. Pywell. That's fucking crazy, honestly. Getting a 20-year cape. This is madness. This is Sparta. Every time I start smithing in this game, or really in any MMO, this is just my favorite part of games. I just love making stuff. This is my fantasy. Just sitting here making things, tinkering with stuff. So good. So fucking good. I don't need to fight anything. I don't need to kill anybody. Just let me make the stuffs. All I care about. It's all that matters. Y'all are gonna have to listen to me talk about that rune thing for, like, ever. I'm like pretty hype. By the time we get done here, we'll have enough respect to get ourselves another piece of smithing gear. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Also, I think I don't have a choice except to go here. I S too hard. And this is the only way to mitigate that. Because for some reason it doesn't work on the other... Yeah, I guess this is fine. I just have to remember to speak up a little bit if I'm going to run the EQ like this. Because it mutes my voice quite a bit in an effort to mute the S-ing. But I guess it's a little clearer. I don't know. I don't fucking know. But we gotta get rid of some of those S's. Because I like whistle when I S. It's gross. Whistle while you work. Alright, we just hit our 50% here for respect. So I'm actually going to go ahead and put away... Holy shit. That chest is different. That chest is different. That's crazy. We're going to talk to this dude right here. Let's go in and go to rewards. Let's come down to blacksmith's outfit piece. We're going to buy one of these. And we're going to put that bad boy on. Nice. Now we just need 50% more respect. And we'll have a full blacksmith's outfit. Which will feel very good. Then we'll be getting 6% XP, which will be nice. We're already up to 4%, which feels pretty awesome. But this is going to save us a lot of time and a lot of energy on our way up to maximum smithing, which is going to be great. I love all the little outfits. You know, I love that little bit of progression for each skill. I love that I have, you know, a smaller goal that is giving me some incremental value as I go. Instead of maybe having to, like, buy this entire outfit all at one time. Knowing, you know, that I've gotten to get little pieces. And then that last piece is going to give me 2% instead of 1%. And that's going to be pretty nice. So I'm just generally very happy about it. I think it's a good little system. I think they've done a good job with I mean, just a lot of that stuff feels really good. Very, very happy about it. We're getting so much more XP now because, you know, we're finally up to that +3. Here in just a second, we'll be doing that +4. And then we'll really be getting the XPs, which is nice. Very excited about it. Crystal teleport. What the hell? Ooh, meteorite cannonballs. Getting pretty close to those. What does it take to make a meteorite cannonball? Cannonballs and meteorite dust. That is very interesting. I have a bunch of cannonballs now, courtesy of a viewer yesterday. And I might have some meteorite dust. I think the meteorite dust is in here. Let's go, whoops, wrong button. Let's go in here and see. I've got stardust. Interesting. I wonder if that's just a misnaming, or have I been getting the wrong thing, or is there something else that I need to go look for, or what's the deal there? Because I'll turn those cannonballs into meteorite cannonballs all day, all day. Hell yeah. There's smoke coming out of this person's thing here. What do we got going on here, duder? Nice. Nice. Hey, we're back up to 1% respect. Only 49 to go. I'm actually really excited to get my last piece of smithing gear. It's going to be nice to have one of those complete skilling sets like that. Gain all that extra XP. I mean, if you think, you're talking hundreds of hours, so you're saving, I mean, a day or more worth of playtime when getting, I mean, even just a 120. That's not even really counting 200% or 200 million XP. Gonna be a good deal. I think about this stuff sometimes, you know, as I'm sitting here doing a lot of this smithing and stuff, or a lot of the fishing or whatever, and I consider what it's really gonna take to get those all maxed out, and what percentage of my playtime, because leveling up the attack or the combat skills all seem to be quite a bit faster than pretty much any other skill in the game. The combat skills seem to level up quicker. And so the percentage of my time that is ultimately going to be taken up by doing pretty much anything other than combat seems to be pretty significant. It's actually kind of a weird thing to think about, because, and I guess that's good from a normal player perspective, right? If you're a person who's playing this game and you have a regular life where, you know, you're going out, you're going to work, you know, maybe you got kids, you got activities you got to take them to, all of these things that absorb your time end up absorbing a significantly higher percentage of your time than your actual active gameplay time. And so having stuff like this that's super AFK, that allows you to progress your character and interact with the game, and then, you know, a much smaller proportion of your activities being more active combat style stuff, seems to be pretty good. It seems like a really well thought out way to handle vertical progression, because it means that you don't have to worry nearly as much about making sure that people can catch up, because you can always do these things as a player, no matter what your life's requirements are. As a fairly hardcore gamer, I have to remind myself a lot of times that the things that I would enjoy out of a game are not necessarily the things that everybody else would enjoy, or maybe not necessarily the things that everybody else could interact with, right? Like, I'm gonna be here for 12 to 16 hours today. I'm going to be in this chair for most of my day and most of every day, because I play video games. That's what I do. And so what I'm looking for is not a temporary escape from my life, right? I'm not looking for some way to decompress from my regular everyday scheduled life programming. I am looking for something that is dynamic enough to absorb that kind of time. And that's just not really feasible, right? And it's not feasible because it's just difficult to create something that dynamic. But it's also not feasible because there aren't that many people who would engage with something like that. Right? There are significantly more people who would engage with something like this, where they can semi-actively progress their character in a world with a bunch of other people doing things, and then use those skills in an active manner when they have an opportunity. That's where the majority of the player base lives. And so you just kind of have to meet them there. Because that's where they live. Hey, we're about to get our level up. We were just getting 37 to 40 something a swing. Now we're getting 60 something a swing because we're getting significantly more overall XP, which is nice. Now that we're doing that +4. And we'll get that same amount of XP again when we go to burial the items. And the burial process is honestly even faster than the crafting process. I guess I should consider maybe selling these items. I don't know if there's any market for random necronium pieces, especially because they're +4. I guess there might be a market in so much as people could buy the +4s and then take them over here and burial them for XP. So if you just wanted to like buy your way to max smithing, then you could do that. That sounds like an interesting challenge, actually. I wonder if there are any skills in this game that you can't pay to accelerate. So an interesting thing might be to make a character that only fights and do only combat stuff and use combat to make currency, to buy things, to do the rest. I guess agility, you couldn't really do that way. Thieving, I guess you couldn't really do that way. Farming, not really. I don't know. It'd be interesting to see. One of the other things I want to do is I want to, if they ever update dungeoneering, specifically if they ever update Demonheim. Hey, what's up, Javis? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. If they ever update Demonheim and make it a little less unfun, we might make a character that we just lock to Demonheim and level up everything that's possible over there. I feel like that'd be fun. How are you enjoying your time in RuneScape, Javis? With AGI, you used to be able... Oh, agility, not AGI. You used to be able to buy an item called Silverhawk Feathers that you could add to boots. Yeah. Yeah, I remember. That just changed. I was an Iron Man until recently I switched to Bronze. Once they took out... the Treasure Hunter. So I'm a Bronze man now. That was never really in the cards for me. Was on that thieving, pickpocketing grind, and the recent change took the wind out of my sails a bit. Yeah, I feel a little bad for myself because I didn't level up my thieving while it was so profitable and so easy. But that's fine. I don't mind. I got lots of time. We can level up this character as slow and steady as we need to. No big deal. We will get ourselves there eventually. Besides, slower XP rates just means I get to spend more time thieving. And that sounds like fun to me. Who doesn't want to spend more time being a klepto? Yeah, I haven't had an opportunity to do any of the heists yet. I probably am not gonna be a fan of the heists. Not because I don't think they're cool, but because I'm ass at dodging traps. I don't know if you've ever played Path of Exile, but there's the Ascension in Path of Exile, where you have to go through that dungeon with all the traps and go fight what's-his-nuts, the Emperor dude. And I've lost more hardcore characters just going through the traps there and dying to traps than probably anything else in the game. I don't know what it is, but my ability to time going through trap mechanics and stuff and not getting hit is just bad. Just so bad. Yeah, I used to remember the name of all those zones and stuff, but it's been a couple of years since I played PoE. I have 10,000 hours in that game or some crazy shit, but it's been a while. Used to play the shit out of that game. The first heist is possible without timing. I imagine the second heist needs that skill. Yeah, I got the Jared's cape. So I did the Sliske questline, where you have to like go down and do the little heist-like thing down there to get through into his main chamber or whatever and fight him. And it took me hours to get through there. Because I just kept getting caught, kept getting caught. Because I have bad timing already. And then you add the really long tick time in this game. And now your timing has to be even better because it doesn't happen right when you click. Right, you've got to click within that 0.6 second window or whatever until it's actually going to trigger the effect. And so your timing has to be much, much better. And mine is not. And I just got my ass kicked. It was unfun. Very, very unfun. But that's okay. I can't be good at everything, right? I'm really good at just sitting here and watching my guy whack this anvil. I can sit here and stare at the screen with the best of them. So at least there's that. Bonk. I really want to get some more skilling pets. I'm really excited to have my Sifu here. But I really want some more of them. I tell you what, collecting pets really has me kind of excited. I really like the idea. And I almost don't care to level up the skills beyond however long it takes me to get the pet. That might be... that's interesting. What if you played a character that you never XP'd beyond the point it took you to get the pet? So, or just... that's interesting. How would you go about that? And then you could just have a character that never skills up. I wish you could turn off XP, honestly, because then you could actually play that character. But that'd be super cool if I could just turn off my XP. I mean, I guess I can for attack, right? Because I can turn on... Imagine getting locked out of important quests because you got the pet early. Yeah, right? That'd be super crazy. That'd be awesome. I mean, if you got... Like, magic is a big one for a lot of the quest lines. Agility is a big one. Dungeoneering is a big one, right? Could you imagine if you got, like, agility and dungeoneering within the first, 10 or 15 levels? You wouldn't be able to go anywhere. You'd be stuck in, like, just the regular-ass zones. Not being able to... You couldn't go to God Wars dungeon. Well, I guess maybe you could get some... No, that's right, you need agility even to get over there. Yeah, you'd be totally fucked. That'd be awesome. Just grinding away all of the other skills because you can't go to any... Oh, man, that'd be great. That would be great. I dig it. I'm into it. Totally into it. And then for an added difficulty, you could lock yourself to one skill at a time. So pick a skill and then XP that skill until you get the pet. And then as soon as you get the pet, you move on to another skill. So you'd kind of have to do them in a reasonable order, right? You'd want to like do mining and then do smithing. You'd probably want to like do agility and dungeoneering as some of your first ones. It'd actually be really weird the way you would go about starting that, I think. Because you would want things like agility and dungeoneering and stuff first. Because they allow you to open up a lot of different stuff to make a lot of the other things easier. But agility specifically would be really hard until you could get maybe to some other places. I don't know. I don't know. Slayer would be a really difficult one. I think it's possible to get XP for most skills individually. Slayer might be difficult. And I think dungeoneering might not be possible. Oh yeah, dungeoneering is probably impossible. You're right. Mostly because both of those just require some form of combat. Yeah. Yeah, I think that would probably be an okay way to go about it, Javis, is just do dungeoneering before starting any other combat skilling. And just whatever you happen to have to get, that'll just have to be acceptable. Because I don't think there's any direct dungeoneering XP system. Yeah, that's cool. I think that would make it significantly more difficult. And I don't think it's necessarily needed, right? I think you could just say, if I get a pet, then I don't do that skill anymore. And then just play normally. And just see. So I'm pretty big on restrictions. I think the core of the challenge would be possible. I like the vibe would be possible. Yeah, I think you're right. I think the important thing is that restrictions just make things more creative. And it was one of the reasons I really liked Iron Man while I was playing, before I switched over to Bronze. And why I'm going to continue to play as a Bronze instead of just going straight to being a main is I like the idea of the broadness of best possible options. And I think it's honestly why people play One Chunk, is it's one of the few ways in this game that you actually have to think about, okay, what's the best path for me to get XP, that you can't just look up on the internet, because nobody who's playing one chunk has the same chunks as you. Nobody has the same possible XP paths as you. So if you want to maximize your XP gain in a one chunk, then you have to come up with the best XP path, because you're playing basically a completely unique version of the game. And so this would create a similar situation, right? Where if I didn't have access to some of the skills at certain tiers because of, when I got the pets or whatever, then that would just mean, hey, I've got to come up with these different paths to maximum XP. And I think that's really interesting. Think that could be a lot of fun. I think that's really kind of the core of a lot of sort of challenge modes. So now that I've considered that, really finding anything that you can that would limit your skilling options and force you to think outside of the box. And specifically, it needs to be something that limits your skills or your skill availability in some sort of random way, right? Like the randomness of when you get the skilling pet, the randomness of what chunk you get, the randomness of, all these different things. And so there's probably some potential for some other interesting challenging modes following that same sort of guideline. And it's actually something that you could probably apply to a lot of other MMORPGs to find some unique challenge modes specifically for those systems. If you were playing WoW, for example, I don't know for sure, but I think there's mounts, like at all of the major dungeon bosses in WoW. So you could lock yourself to only being able to grind, like you have to grind each boss until you get the mount, but you can't grind the boss anymore after you get the mount. So you might not get like the best equipment for your class before you get the mount. And then you'd have to like move on with this suboptimal gear. The way they do gear scaling and stuff in WoW would probably ultimately make that like a useless sort of a thing to do. But I don't know. I've never played WoW, so... But it does seem like if you brought that concept into other MMOs, you might be able to come up with some cool challenge modes. I don't know. You could definitely do the same thing in RuneScape about pets. Could be for combat to be possible beyond the pets. For bosses that you don't have the pet for. So you mean you can only fight the pet or fight the boss until you get the pet, and then after that you can't fight the boss anymore? Because I actually would have been in a really interesting situation if I had been following that particular path. So I got, if we go in here and we look at our beasts, get melee pets, no regular skilling, you can do bossing. Oh, okay. I see. I mean, you can turn off you can turn off the XP for some of your stuff. So like if you got your attack pet, like I have, you could turn off the attack and then just get strength and defense. And so then you like still get to fight stuff because you wouldn't be gaining any more XP. But if you did it where you weren't allowed to do the bosses after you got the pet, I got the Flesh Hatcher boss at like 50 something kills, and then I hadn't gotten any of the other items. So the first thing I got from the Flesh Hatcher was the boss. So I would never have gotten the Dragon Harpoon or the Stalker's Charm if I had been playing that way. And the same thing is true the Giant Mole. The first thing I got from the Giant Mole was also the pet. And then I've gotten really lucky with pets. The other thing is the Dagannoth Kings. So I got the green pet already. So if I was like trying to fight the Dagannoth Kings and only being able to kill the red and the blue one because I'd already gotten the green pet, like that'd be really crazy. Yeah, that could be a lot of fun, I think. Who's this dude? I Eat Cookies 7. I like the outfit though. Pretty dope. Pretty dope. You have so many mole kills. That's some willpower. Do I have a bunch of mole kills? The mole is like the one that I've killed the least. That's only 200. I've got almost 1,000 Flesh Hatcher kills. I've got yeah, almost the same number of Barrows Brothers kills. Yo, what's up, Slate? They eat 7 cookies at a time. I don't know if I could put 7 cookies in my mouth at a time. Anything beyond 10 for the mole is unbearable. So what I've been trying to do, I was trying to get the fucking... Oh, no, that's right. Because you have to get 100 hard mode kills for one of the achievements or something. And so I went ahead and did that. And I was trying to get the two-handed dragon sword so I could finish off the mole's logbook. But I wasn't able to get it because the mole's a butt face. Which is bullshit, because I've already gotten 3 of these clingy moles, and I've already gotten the fucking pet. I got the pet at like 18 mole kills or some crazy shit like that. 28 maybe. I don't know. I got the fucking pet first though. And then I still just haven't gotten the two-handed sword, which is aggravating me. Because I want to finish that. So I can never think of it again. But whatevs. Whatevs. Alright, we got all of our +4s all done here. So, am I seriously down to 99 Necronium bars? I made like 400 Necronium bars. That's crazy. I didn't realize that that took so many. But we're going to go ahead and, well, let's see. Okay, so we can sell each of these for 200k, or we can burial them for a shitload of XP. And I'm really torn here. Let's go see how quickly they might be able to sell. Because if I can just boom instant sell them at 200k, that's, I mean, for almost 5 million. No, almost 6 million. Which, I mean, isn't a great return on time investment, because we spent pretty close to 6 hours on all of the mining and smithing and all that stuff. So that's not even $1 million an hour. But it still might be worth it to get them sold. Now that we're a bronze and we can actually interact with the market, you know, I want to make the number go up. I do enjoy watching the number go up. That's interesting. None of my Stalker's charms have sold. So let's see. Put all 28 of those in there. And then we'll drop that by 5%. And then hit the old confirm offer button. Okay. I guess, I mean, this ultimately can work as a storage, right? So I can just keep putting 28 of those in there at a time. And if they never sell, I can always take them out and bury them. So that's fine. That's fine. But I think it's fishing time. I think that's what it is. I think that's what it is. We've got our Fish-O-Matic. Boom. We've got our bait. We're going to go down here to Menifos. It looks like a bird. A stork. A Menifos. Alright, let's go ahead and buy some extra bait while we're here. And we're going to get ourselves up to 68 so that I can start buying some blubbers. Because I need me some blubbers. Nope. Yeah. suck up those fishes with the fishing rod-o-matic. So the reason that I want to use the fishing rod-o-matic is you can see I'm getting item XP here. So I'm going to be able to go ahead and extract that for some invention XP. I also have the wise trait on here, which means I am getting a little bonus XP, which is also nice. So we're kind of triple dipping here as we suck up these fish. And that feels good. Somebody has a squeak. Is it a bird? Is it a nomocopter? No, it's a flying squid. Squeak the flying squid. Nice. Nice. That was nice and quick. We'll go ahead and put these away. And then... Oh, do I not have... That's a bummer. I guess we can put that away too. I didn't make a preset. Oh, no, the button is just deposit all fish. Okay. Cool. Thought I was gonna need a preset, but I guess not. What's going on over here? Nothing. Nothing. You only see air. Yeah, so we're gonna work our way up towards 68 here. We'll keep an eye on our levels and our XP. We're not getting a ton of XP. Not even 10 per fish. Looks like we're getting about 7.5 per fish. So it is going to take a lot of fishing to level this up. But that's good because it means we're not going to have to worry too much about dragging ourselves back over to the invention workbench so that we can suck out that XP there. I think we have to go back to the invention workbench to do that. Possibly not, though. I don't know. Invention is pretty new to me. And I've already kind of forgotten some of the stuff that I learned. We have disassemble. Obviously, that's not the one we want to use. I didn't even know that there was an analyze button. That's nice. Look at all these things I'm learning. Yo, it is crazy windy outside right now. Crazy fucking windy. Dude, I love this fish-o-matic. This is great. Just suck up all them fishes. Getting some decent XP. Hello, dear brother. What have you got there? Nothing. Nothing. You only see air. Don't be silly. I love you very much. Ba-da-doom, ba-da-doom, ba-da-doom. I guess I shouldn't touch. One of these days, I'm definitely going to accidentally hit deposit all. And I'm going to deposit my bait. I really should go just make the aquarium. And make it so that I don't need to have bait. But I'm lazy. Too lazy to be bothered to save myself time. That's peak lazy right there. Peak fucking lazy. We catch a lot of fish pretty quick here. Feels pretty good. I'm digging it. Everybody is like super condensed right here. Because a bunch of people were standing right here. And so I'm only seeing, you know, myself and my pet and this other pet. I really like the way they do that, where when things inhabit the same space, they just kind of get rid of most of the stuff and just leave one thing here for you to look at. And then if you right click it, like everything else kind of shows up. It's cool. Super duper cool. Super duper. If you're blue and you don't know where to go to, why don't you go where fashion sits? Putting on the Ritz. I really love the way they did pets in this game. I love the fact that pets give little bits of information, like about the player that got them and how and why they got them. I love that there's, you know, like a pet basically to get with every activity. So there's always, no matter what I'm doing, there's kind of this chase thing to be going for. I think that's super important. There are a lot of things about this game that more modern MMOs should probably be stealing. And there are a lot of things about this game that I think the developers understand about just MMO players in general that I don't think a lot of that a lot of modern MMO developers really understand. I think a lot of modern MMO developers are really trying to court a group of players that isn't really an MMO player base. Right? It feels a little more like they're trying to get like first person shooter players and MOBA players and some different stuff like that to play MMO games. And so they're building MMOs like in this way that turns them into these sort of sessional, repetitive PvP systems. And that's just not, like, that can be an aspect of it. You can have those systems. But if that's the whole game, then it just doesn't really feel like an MMO anymore. You need on top of those things the slow, methodical, incremental progression. Not just, race your character to end game. Okay, now do this same loop of 3 dungeons and 2 types of PvP over and over again. It just doesn't, this is really what an MMO is kind of about. You've got all these different activities, you've got all these different things that you're going to do. You've got crafting, you've got fishing, you're making all the different potions and things like that that you might need to use. This Slayer thing is a really important, you're leveling up your ability to attack different types of enemies and stuff. And there just aren't a lot of MMOs that really seem to understand that all of this other stuff outside of combat is as important, if not more important, to the gameplay. And this game does a really, really good job of saying, hey, here's a whole world worth of stuff to do. Go do the thing. I mean, I'm going to sit here all day today, and I'm going to smack things with my hammer and make smithing stuff, and I'm going to fish. That's probably pretty much all I'm going to get done today. And I only have to gain 3 fishing levels, right? Like, that's my big goal for today, is to get to 68 fishing. And it's probably going to take me a couple hours. And I'm totally cool with that. Dare I say, I'm happy with that. I wonder how many of these fishes it's going to take. Well, what the heck? Aha! I figured it out. Well, that's too bad. I had a window that I wanted to keep up on my second screen, and then I wanted to make it transparent so that I could see through it and see more windows on my other screen. But I was unable to make it transparent, and that makes me a sad panda. Sad panda. Alright, we're gonna let this duder do a little fishing here. I gotta go use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Alrighty, we back. I tried to leave this dude catching fish, and then the stupid little fishing spot moved while I was taking a leak. I should have come back to completely full inventory. Instead, I got the big middle finger. I am quite unhappy. Why'd the game have to do that to me? It's so fucked up. Fuck, man. I'm feeling good today. Holy shit balls. I haven't felt a genuine sense of peace in a while. But I've got like this real zen thing going on right now. I am one with the universe. So we've gained a little less. By the time we hit this level here, we'll have gained about a half a level. And so I've got to get another 4 times that amount of XP. And honestly, a little more than that, because obviously each level takes a little more XP. But it's not going to take us quite as long as I thought. Probably about an hour a level. And it looks like we might actually have enough fish. Or bait, not fish. Yeah, we might have enough bait. We might come up a little short. We might have to go find another fishy salesman. Buy us some more bait. But that's fine. It should be easy enough. No problemo. I dig it. That person has a snowboard strapped to their back. Nope, not this person. What are they wearing? The Green Dragon. Pum 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 pum. Mortal Kombat. They have 11 quest points. Oh, they only have 800 total XP, okay. They're already down here in Menifos. That's kind of weird and a little crazy. Only 11 quests, so it seems like they only did the quests that brought them down here to Menifos. That's it. What's going on here? What are you doing, dude? Whoops. Wrong person again. I want to see this person's snowboard. It doesn't have any straps. How are you supposed to strap yourself in? That is not safe at all. How are you going to stay on the board? So we'll be getting ourselves up to 68 fishing. And then we'll probably go cook all these fish. It'll probably only give us a level or two, but that's fine. I just want to go ahead and get them cooked up. Because we got to get up to 72 cooking to be able to cook the green blubber jellyfish. And that's specifically what we're trying to get to 68 fishing for. Is we want to be able to get those green blubbers. Yeah. Well, so we're going to do that. Hey, there's our level to 66. 2 more levels to go. Feels good, man. Just sucking up them fishies with a vacuum. But if we go ahead and get to where we can get some green blubbers, even though they made those changes, or are making, I guess they haven't technically been made yet, but are making the changes to food consumption so that it takes up less less stamina. I still just don't like the idea of eating taking up stamina. It really can lock you into some really bad situations when it comes to combat. So we just want to get some green blubbers so we don't have to worry about that anymore. Because it's silly to worry about. We don't want to deal with it. Ain't no damn point. Okay. Not sure what just happened, but fine. Whatever, dude. So, speaking of fishing, I have a really funny habit, and it's been something that's been happening since I was a really little kid. I've always enjoyed the water, right? I like to swim. I like to get out in the water. I like to go out in the lake, the river, ocean, doesn't really matter to me. I have a pretty big affinity for water. But when I was a kid, and even up into my adulthood, I've always had this weird curse where if I go fishing, I inevitably fall in. And it's not like I'm doing stuff where I should fall in the water. And I think the most interesting situation that this has ever happened to me in, I was a little kid and we were up at the lake in the mountains here in southern New Mexico, up by Ruidoso. And I was sitting in a folding chair on the embankment, and we were just bobber fishing, right? You just cast your rod out there, you've got your little strike indicator, got your little bobber, and you just watch it, and when it dips, you set the hook, good to go. And so that's all we were doing, right? We were just fishing off the bank with some worms or some power bait or, I don't know, whatever we had. And while I was sitting there, completely innocently, doing absolutely nothing, my folding chair folded up on top of me and then spit me into the lake. And I've never been sitting in a folding chair before or since and had it just fold up on top of me. I assume it was because there was a little bit of an incline on the bank, but it hadn't happened. I've never seen it happen to anybody else before or since either. And it was almost like, because I had almost gone the whole day without falling in the water, it was almost like the water was just like, fuck this. If he's not going to do it by himself, we're going to do it for him. Sitting here fishing in the game just made me think of that. But I mean, it's not like the chair was broken, right? Like, I unfolded it after I got out of the water, and I put it back down, and I sat right back in the same chair. Didn't have any problems. Pretty much in the exact same spot. I don't know. It was weird. It was fucking weird, dude. Fucking weird. Dude, look at that mustache. The beard's a little lackluster, but that mustache. Damn. You need a fishing rod. Aww. I did fuck it up. I said at some point I was going to accidentally put my bait away. And then I did exactly that. Because I'm a dum-dum. I think we're going to go ahead and solve our little bait problem here. There is no point. Yo, what's up, Grizz? It is good to be seen. How are you? What are we getting up to today? What are you gonna do in this wild world of RuneScape? My house is in Brimhaven. How the hell did that happen? Do I know where Brimhaven is? No. Oh, it's in Karamaja. That's right. Alright. Let's go in the house. We're gonna go in building mode. Pick up your pet or dismiss your familiar. But I don't want to dismiss my pet. How rude. Oh, whoops. All right. Why does this XP thing? There we go. Oh. Build. Here we are. So if I'm not mistaken, it's an aquarium? Or is it a menagerie? No, I think it was something in level 63. Here we go. An aquarium. Build it. Dope. Okay. So somebody was telling me that there's something in here. Is it the prawn broker? I feel like it might be the prawn broker. What's this? Well, in build mode, you can alter the layout. what is this? I don't know what I just did, but I did a thing. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm going to assume that the prawn broker... I'm trying to figure out how to not need bait anymore. And I'm going to assume it's the prawn broker. Because that seems reasonable to me. So I think I need 8 teak planks. Is what it looks like here. Yeah, okay. So let's go get some teak. I'm pretty sure I have some teak planks. Let's find out though. Yeah. 5, 6, 7, 8. And then we'll go back to Karamja. Yeah, I just accidentally put away my bait while I was fishing in the deposit because I'm an idiot. And so in order to protect myself from my own stupidity, I am going to try and make it so I don't need bait anymore. And then I can't accidentally put it away. What can I do here? Every time you catch a golden fish egg, you get a prawn point. You can trade prawn points for prawn perks. You can also get prawn points from prawn balls. You'll get a prawn perk once you collect 1, 20, 100, and 200 prawn balls total. After handing in a prawn point, I'll give you a choice of prawn perks. These range from baitless fishing to floating shark pets. Some perks are located behind others. You'll have to purchase all the perks in the tier before you can access the perks on the next tier. You don't have any prawn points to spend. Okay. How do I get prawn points? Does it have something to do with this fucking thing? Pretty sure it has something to do with this fucking thing. So this is like an aquarium, and I'm filling it up with stuff in order to get fish to come. Is that... Let's put like a stone head in here. Cracked pots? Sure. Some rocks? Absolutely. A boot? I don't know if I want a boot. Boot gets snagged on the rocks. A coral reef. We're gonna make a big old coral reef. Booyah. And a ship stern. And a ship bow. There we go. It broke apart and dropped pots. And then there's an oyster right here. And some seaweed right there. Okay. The aquarium is all planned out. Oh, exit build mode to see the results. Got it. Turn off build mode. You have not built the diving suit yet. You need to visit your aquarium. Okay. I see. I understand. We need 1 fish bowl and 5 bronze bars. How do I get a fish bowl? What in the ever-loving shiznit? Fish bowl RS3. Let's see. Creation. Molten glass. Okay. Pretty sure I got some molten glass. So let's go back to my storage. There's something like exploding inside of my wall. I wonder if it's my power outlet. That'd be bad. Rutro Raggy. Rutro. Molten glass. I remember what I'm after. Molten. Remove 1 molten glass. Craft molten glass into a fishbowl. Boom, we're done. Now we need 5 bronze bars. So let's go to Fort 4 and 3. So that I could go pull some bronze bars out of our little thing over here. Pretty sure I have to go to the forge in order to be able to do that. Bronze bar. Withdraw. 5. Boop. And back to Karamja. It's a pineapple plant. All right, let's build this bad boy. Now we've got our diving stuff. So let's get out of build mode. Let's go right over here. Hey. Oh shit. Oh, dude. So if I put oysters down here, I can get gems. Oh, dude. I can, like, grow resources down here. This is dope. So, how am I supposed to get these prawns and stuff? Let's go back to build mode here. Let's check this bad boy out again. I did the seaweed, I did the oyster, I did the ship and the boot and the rocks and the coral and the pots. Oh, I didn't put a castle in here. Castle. Okay. And a plug. I don't actually know what any of these things do. But fuck it. I'm having fun. Pull the plug. Is this going to drain? You can only pull the plug and prestige your aquarium once you've collected all fish and perks. What? There's so much. I don't understand. View fish list. Do I need to, like, bring the fish over here? I don't really understand what's going on. Oh, shit. Okay, so it looks like I get prawns from doing regular fishing. So we're just going to teleport ourselves back down here to Memphis. We're going to see if maybe we can get some prawn balls. And if we can, then maybe we can get ourselves a baitless fishing thing going on, which, as a reminder, I need to go get my bait back. Because I can't fish without bait. I'm pretty excited about this aquarium thing. And all this prawn stuff. I like perks. I like perks a lot. Boom, fishy. Alright, let's see if I can get some prawn balls here. Alright, so we'll keep working on this fishing thing. And hopefully I won't click deposit all and turn in my baits. And maybe I'll get one of these prawn things. I don't know where they go if I do get them. Or if there's something special I have to do. We're just going to keep fucking around. If I can't figure it out at some point today, then I'll look it up. But we'll just keep doing things. We still need to get up to 68 fishing anyway. So spending some time fishing isn't really going to hurt. So we'll just have some fun. Watch our dude vacuum up the fishes. A prawn cracker. Use nose prawn cracker. Pull it with someone else. Okay. So apparently, I need a non-Iron Man person in order to use my prawn crackers. Alright, so we're just going to keep gathering, and then at some point, we'll find somebody to open prawn crackers with. While we do some fishing here real quick, though, I'm going to go get some food. Actually, I think I'm going to go to this fishing spot. Yeah, so give me a couple minutes. I'll be right back. I want more prawn crackers. Give me prawn cracker. Ow. Ooh. A prawn ball. Can I uncurl the prawn ball? A prawn penny. Dope. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just clicking buttons, but it's super fun. I was too busy eating. Didn't realize I'd stopped gathering fish. Really? Honestly, playing this and doing all this fishing and stuff kind of makes me want to play Stardew Valley. I've never really played any of those personal farm simulator games before, but I'm kind of in that mood right now. Like, I just feel super fucking cozy right now. I'm gonna not open this prawn ball. Because I think that I have to like turn it in order to get my fishing. I'm not really 100% sure, but we're gonna go back right now. We're gonna check some shit out. Because I've got a prawn penny and a prawn ball and a prawn cracker. Yo, what's up with this monkey? It looks weird. Into my house we go. That's your sister? Okay. Why did you turn your sister into a monkey and then leave her on an island? Just out in the open, outside. You have 1 prawn point to spend. Rod fish without fishing bait. No longer need bait for rod fishing. Okay, so I got a prawn ball and I get to open the prawn ball. Okay. Cool. Cool. Monkey madness happened. After that, she was a lost cause. That's fucked up, dude. Never give up on family. Even if they've been turned into a wild animal. That's fucking rude. Fucking rude. Idle deedle diddle diddly oodle diddle diddly do day diddly day day. Idle deedle diddle diddly doodle diddle diddly do day diddly I day. Hey, Sagadist? What's up? Yeah, I just woke up a couple of weeks ago. And had a massive urge to just disappear for a couple of weeks. I don't know. I hadn't really taken any time off in the year and a half that I'd been streaming. And I had been playing this game for like 12 hours a day for 2.5 months. And I woke up and I was like, I think not today. And that just kept happening for like 2 weeks. I didn't mean to just vanish, but sometimes crazy shit happens. But we're back. It was. It was very nice. I am feeling super zen right now. Just totally content, totally chill. Really, really enjoying watching my character just fish right now. We've been having some chill days, just doing some skilling. It's been nice. I like it a lot. I had a great idea yesterday. Grizz is gonna not want to have to see this twice in a row. But I came up with a great idea for a crafting system for an MMO. A rune system. So imagine we're gonna use pi because it was the example that we used yesterday. But imagine that pi is a rune. And maybe pi, it would be stupid for it to be this way, but maybe pi is for fire. And so the way it would work is if you've ever played Mario Party, there's a mini game in Mario Party where you like sketch the outline, and the closer you are to getting the sketch done, you get like a percentage for completion for following the lines and tracing the sketch. So you do that, right? You pick a rune, and then the more precisely you trace the rune, the either higher percent chance of triggering the effect that you get. So if it's like fire damage, if you get 100% precision, then it's 100% chance to trigger the fire damage when you hit. And then if you only get like 90% precision, then it's a 90% chance to do the fire effect. And then the amount of damage that is done is based on the size of the rune. So what you'll do is you'll have your blank, right? So like we'll have a sword blank here. And then you'll pick which rune, and it'll give you like a ghost image of the rune. And then you'll size it, right? Because you'll have like a box that you'll size. And so you'll size it, and the bigger you make it, the more of that effect you get. But it has to stay on the blade. So you can only make it so big. But then you give people an option to change the orientation of the blade. So pi is a fairly vertical rune. And so it would be easier to make it bigger if you did it on a vertical space. But if you had something that was a little more horizontal, like, maybe a burning one, a burning rune, could be like a fire, like this. So this would be easier to make bigger horizontally instead of vertically. And so you allow for orientation changes like that. And then you scale the rune that you want. And then you put it on there, and then you trace it. And the more precise you are with the trace, the more percent chance you get, or the better multiplier you get, depending on which rune you're using and what effect you're using. And then the larger it is, the bigger the magnitude of that effect. And then you can put multiple, right? So there will be like some skill and some strategy involved in putting runes that maybe have complementary like nooks and crannies. So this has a little tail on it. So if you had another rune that could fit sort of around that tail, then that might be better to put right here so that you could fit more stuff on here. And then, maybe you've got like a little rune that only does a little effect that maybe you could put like inside of here. And so the goal is basically to fit the runes that you want onto the blade and to make them as big and precise as you possibly can to trigger a bunch of different effects. You know, you could do like fire damage and burning. Some of them could maybe have like requirements. Like in order to have burning, you also have to have fire or something like that. You know, I don't really know. This is a pretty preliminary, like, first draft idea. But I really like the idea of the precision with which you trace out the rune and the magnitude of the rune being determined by the size and, you know, your actual artistic ability. Because that's an extremely different skill set than normal gameplay in an MMORPG. But I think that'd be super cool. And I haven't been able to get that idea out of my head since yesterday when I had it. But it would make crafting take a little more time. I mean, filling up an entire message in a bottle and a ship figurehead. What are all these things that I'm getting? So strange. Okay, well. Just 1.5 more fishing levels, and we are there. We will finally be able to catch green blubbers. And we will finally be able to eat when we fight without using up our stamina. Only 3 months in the making. We'll finally be able to do it. I'm very excited. Very, very excited. Bam, bam, down. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I really want to open up these prawn crackers. That's going to be really fun. I'm going to try and get like 100 of them. And then we'll get together with somebody and open up 100 prawn crackers. I don't even know what can come in these things. but I want to find out. I hope it's money. Because I'm a greedy little goblin. And I want gold. I love gold. Salty, yes. Very salty. Whoops. We ran out of fishes. Rudro Raggy. You have unlocked the ability to create Port District shifting tomes and Sophonim Slayer Dungeon teleportation tablets. What? Oh, I unlocked. Got it. Got it. Unlock the ability to create Port District shifting tomes and Sophonim Slayer Dungeon teleportation tablets in your player-owned house. Okay. I get it. Deposit all the fishes. Boop. An anchor? Yeah, having access to the aquarium and all the extra little tidbits that you can get from fishing by having an aquarium are really fun. I am very much enjoying getting all my little crackers and my prawn balls and opening things, and it's great fun. Okay, catch a fish. Holy shit. There are so many little things in this game. And I think that's probably the most important thing about it. In a lot of other games, things feel finished, but they also feel I don't want to say simple. Straightforward is the word that I'm looking for. This game doesn't have very straightforward systems because there's lots of little interconnected shit that does little things. Like, I've been fishing, but I didn't have an aquarium, so I wasn't getting, the crackers and the balls and stuff like that. And so that whole system just wasn't here for me. And so the convolutedness of these systems extend the ability of a person to explore the systems. So instead of just spending 10 minutes fishing, understanding how fishing works on a basic level, what is the mini game or whatever for fishing, instead, I am, spending all this extra time learning all this extra little side shit that goes with the system. And I understand that complexity and that convolution could be bad for some players. Some people just want to come in and be able to do the thing. And I get that. But I really, really like not knowing what the fuck's going on and then learning things as I go. All of those aha moments are really cool. Now, this game does do a bad job of trying to show you how to get to any of these things. Like, if somebody in the chat hadn't told me that the aquarium gives you the ability to baitless fish, then I would have never made an aquarium, or at least not for a really long time. So there is a certain amount of obscurity that happens with these systems that I don't like. I would prefer that the game gave you at least some sort of indicator that, hey, there is an aquarium, maybe look into it. And maybe it does. Maybe I just haven't come across it because I haven't looked into something else that I need to look into. So there can be a little bit of issue there. But overall, I really like that it's not super straightforward. Especially, I mean, fishing is a pretty basic system, right, for most MMO games. And so adding a couple of layers of depth to that is pretty cool. We're up to level 4 here on our fishing rod-o-matic. I believe level 8 is the highest I can get to, maybe level 10. Maybe it's level 10. But yeah, we're just going to suck the value right out of here. And get those levels, that XP, for our invention here. Gonna be super fun. Hey, another prawn ball. With a cannon decoration. Dope. I got a cannon. I got a cannon. I got a cannon. Hey, 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 hey. Why did my fishing spot stop giving me fishes? Nice. I am terrified of the wind. I have now unlocked a chance to roll for implings and gothic butterflies when skilling in Menaphos. The cooldown before city quests has also been reduced further. What? So while I'm sitting here skilling, I might spawn an impling or a butterfly? Is that what it's trying to say? Yo, Menaphos is dope. Is this something that's always been? Or is this part of some of their new, like, dailies changes? Because I don't understand. Because I just got, like... Hey, what's up, Queso? Queso. I just got this buff. Got a chance to discover an impling or Guthix butterfly while surface skilling around Menaphos. You can toggle what implings you see by speaking to the impling collector by the statue of the pharaoh. Oh shit. Because I can only get certain implings, right? So let's go in here. Let's go to butterflies and imps. I can get up to nature implings. So let's go find this motherfucker. Hey, impling collector. Have you seen any implings around here? Yeah, I keep seeing them while I work around the city. Of course, if you disrupt their environment, they're bound to appear. Sometimes you don't find the ones you're looking for, though. If you're interested, I could teach you how to stop those implings and butterflies noticing you. Yes. Mother Puss Bucket. So 58. Anything after 58? Oh, and I can just straight up turn off butterflies. But I don't want to do that. Dope. Alright, well let's go catch some more fishes. And see if we can't quadruple dip here. Because we're getting fishing XP. We're getting this fishing rod XP. And now we can be getting divination and or hunting XP. So we going crazy. All we're doing is chilling out over here catching some fishes. And it is having a profoundly positive effect on our lives. I'm loving it. Loving every minute of it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. How you been, Queso? What are you getting up to? Oh shit, it's a prawn ball. Ooh. There's sharks in it. Swap this note at any bank for the equivalent item. Okay. It's a baron shark. I don't even think I can get those. Whoops, I was sitting here singing to myself. and was not paying attention. If I were a rich man, all day long I'd pity pity pum. If I were a wealthy man, I wouldn't have to work hard. You know what I've yet to see? I haven't seen one of these implings. Oh, a creature was discovered while skilling. It's a butterfly. Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. I'm so fucking happy. Fuck, this game is good. It's just so random. Like, I'm sitting here fishing and then boop, butterfly. Game is goofy as fuck, dude. I love it. Deposit all. Cha-ching. That's what that is right there. A big old cha-ching. We're gonna make so much currency off of all of our fishes. Because I'm not gonna need these fishes anymore. So I'm gonna go sell them. Because I can do that now. Because I'm a bronze man. We already have 31 mil. We've got like another 9 or 10 mil up for sale already. We haven't even really gone through our bank and like really found all the things that we want to be selling. Honestly, something that I'm going to want to consider. So I'm a big fan of the cheesecakes. Let's go to other. Hopefully the cheesecakes will be in here. Bacon cheesecake. But I'm a huge fan of the cheesecakes because they heal and they give prayer. And I think that's the coolest fucking thing in the world. So, I feel like there's maybe some potential there. Maybe a little something we could do. Because they take an ass load of random resources. There's lots of steps to make all of these things. Right, you got to make the biscuits, you got to make the cream cheese, you got to make the pot of cream. You know, you probably have to make the bacon. And because of that, I assume that it's not a very readily available food. And because it gives both health and prayer, I imagine it is probably a pretty high value food. So if we ever feel like making some currency, we might do some of that. I don't know. We'll see. We'll have to figure out, you know, what the value is versus what the time commitment is. Ooh, a porthole. Construction material would make a fantastic ornament. Dope. More prawn. Oh shit, more Baron sharks. Yo, I need to look those up. What's a Baron shark? I assume at some point it's a shark that I'll be able to catch. Right? Surely. There's great white sharks. There's tiger sharks. I don't see any Baron sharks. Let's see if maybe it's something I can cook. There's great white sharks. I'm thinking maybe not. Hello? Oh, Baron shark. Okay, I don't see anything in there. I actually want... I wonder if the noted fishes will go in. They did. I want to go to the bank. And I want to pull out some Baron sharks. And I want to see, maybe they're already cooked. Or something like that. But I have to know what these things are. And what they do. And what I might be able to use them for. And why they might exist. The more you know. Alright, they should be right down here. Nope. Baron. Alright, they heal for 2,000. They regenerate 50 health every 1.2 seconds. Over 13 seconds. So is that on top of the healing? Because that's 11 times 50 is another 550 HP. So that's 2,550 HP there. Which is not insignificant. It looks like they're untradeable. At the very least, they don't have grand exchange sale values. They don't have regular people sale values either, it doesn't look like. So I don't know exactly what the deal is. But if I can keep getting prawns and keep getting those little sharkies, that feels really good. That's one of those situations where the type of player that I am, where I like to limit my resource use, something like that has really high value to me because it doesn't have any value outside of getting eaten. And so what that means to me is I can come over here and I can fish and I can do all this stuff. And then this can be, right, these desert souls, these catfish, these things can be exclusively used as a form of currency, right? I can just cook and sell, or sell without cooking, or whatever, all of these other fish that I'm getting. And then those resources that I have no choice but to use myself become fairly valuable, especially because I'm earning those resources through this like secondary system. So these are not fish that I'm catching. It's not interfering with my fish catching at all. It's just this sort of auxiliary food gain. So I like that a lot. I think it's pretty dope. Same thing with the implings and the butterflies that I'm getting now. Those things have extremely high value to me, even though I'm not getting a ton of them. They still are really, really high value. Because it's just free XP. Because it's not like I wasn't going to be over here fishing anyway. So it feels pretty good. It also does a good job of obscuring the value of fishing in this particular place. And I think that's something that's kind of important. We were talking a little earlier about the reason I like challenge modes like Iron Man and One Chunk and stuff like that, is because those restrictions force you to have to come up with really creative solutions to doing things as effectively as possible, because your circumstances just aren't the same as anybody else's. And so you can't just go look up online, what's the best way to earn fishing XP? Because those systems or those guides are going to explain to you the best way to do fishing XP as like a main or something like that. And that doesn't translate, especially like into One Chunk, because not everybody has the same chunks. And so restrictions like that are really important for making you have to think outside the box. But the same thing is true when you start compounding bonuses, and those bonuses happen in different places for different reasons, right? Like I'm not going to get these butterflies or these imps anywhere else except here in Menaphos. Hey, what's up, Drippy Bun? Remembered my password for Earth server. What? You mean because I vanished off the face of the earth? Yeah. Yeah, I woke up one day and I realized I needed a vacation. So I vanished for a little bit. But we back now. Going, back to Cali. How you been? How is life, the universe, and everything? Doing some work, waiting for it to finish. That's the best kind of work right there. The kind of work that finishes while you just sit around and wait. Booyah, dude. Booyah. I mean, it wasn't really a vacation. It was just a vacation from streaming and from playing this game. I was still at my house. And I was still sitting in this very same chair. And I was still just playing video games. I just wasn't playing RuneScape and I wasn't streaming. I don't go outside. I like it inside. There are no other people inside. Hey, I got another prawn ball. And it gave me a shark jawbone. Oh, the shark has pretty teeth, dear, and he shows them pearly white. Hey, this person gets butterflies and stuff too. Just a jackknife has McKeith, dear, and he keeps it out of sight. I'm gonna go finish the work. See you later. Yep, have fun, Drippy Bun. Hey, that rhymed. Have fun, Drippy Bun. In the sun, while you run, put a hot dog on a bun. Oh, bun was already used. Whoops. I fucked up. I fucked up. Hey, I didn't even notice, but we hit level 67. Boom shakalaka. We can go catch raw ghostly souls now. Just powering the fuck up. We stopped fishing. Wasn't paying attention again. Whoops, dupes. Shoop, shoop, ba doop. Shoop, ba doop. Shoop, ba doop, ba doop, ba doop. Gonna be a jukebox hero. Stars in his eyes. Ooh. Oh, it's a decoration. Fucking bummer, dude. Why'd they have to do me like that? Yo, these stupid little fishing spots keep moving. Like a fucking shell game. Yo, not needing bait for fishing is OP as fuck. So happy right now. So happy. We're also level 5 with our fishing rod-o-matic. It's automatic, hydromatic. Why, she could be grease lightning. Got some overhead lifters and some 4-bell quads, oh yeah. Another message in a bottle. We're gonna get there. We're gonna fucking get there. We still got a ways to go. Little more than 3/4. Like 4/5? Yeah, 4/5. And then we'll be all done with the fishing. If I was paying closer attention, we would be closer. But I'm not paying super close attention. My brain is really, really focused on that rune idea. And I feel like there are maybe some other things that could be added or changed about it. I have a tendency to get pretty fixated on things. And then just all of my brain power goes towards thinking about them. Because my brain wants to come up with a solution. I don't necessarily care if the thing that I'm thinking about ever exists. It's good enough if it just exists in my brain. I've got a pretty vivid imagination, so that's fine. But I tend to not be able to stop thinking about something until I feel like it's complete. And so I guess the thing that is maybe making me feel like this system is not complete is that I don't really have an idea for a gathering aspect to this crafting system, because you do need a gathering aspect. Gathering is a staple part of crafting systems in MMOs, and I don't think it's a part you can get rid of, because I think it's a part of MMO games that people really care about and enjoy. Just like I am a subset of MMO players who really likes crafting systems and who really wants to have crafting be a bigger part of MMOs. There are also people who feel that way about gathering. So when I think about gathering systems, one of the things that I'm pretty focused on is I want to get this impling. Get your ass back over here, dude. Oh no, is it gone? Okay. Did I see it? Oh, there it is. Come here. What are you doing, dude? Catch your ass. Okay. Catch the impling. Holy crap. That was ridiculous. Anyway, so one of the things that I'm personally extremely focused on when it comes to gathering systems is Hey, I sold a bunch of my Necronium boots. Nice. Um, yeah, so one of the things that's really important to me is that the system incorporate a lot of exploration. And so there's a really, really difficult problem when you try to include the exploration of the physical world as a part of a system. And the thing that causes that to be a problem is that if you have a static world, like most MMOs do, then there is an extremely finite amount of space that you could conceivably explore. And there's nothing you can do about that, right? The world only has so many square feet in it. And eventually, if you have static resource spawns and um, a static world, then eventually you know where everything is and you're done. There's no more exploration. And that drastically speeds up how many resources in a given time you can get. Right, so the first time you go out looking for iron ore in a new game, right, it might take you a while. You've got to go find all the iron. You've got to go, map out a route. You've got to go do all this other stuff where you can try and get the most iron nodes as closely as possible on a good respawn timer. And doing that, takes a certain amount of time. And then once you've got it all done, though, you're just done. I can go back, for example, I haven't played New World in a while, and between the most recent time that I went back to New World and with the newest expansion, and the time before that, there was like years. And I still remembered all of my gathering routes when I went back to New World. So there was no exploration there, right? I hopped in on a new character and just boom, all my gatherings maxed out. Didn't really take very much time. And so it's really hard to balance those systems because there's so much disparity between going out there and doing the exploration and then just running the route once you're done. And so we need to find a way to increase the possibility for exploration, to permanently make exploration a part of gathering systems. And so there are a couple of steps. Number one, you have dynamic zones, right? Procedurally generated or something like that, where instead of walking out of a city and walking into the same zone every single time, you walk out and some new procedurally generated zone exists. I think this is a great solution. I think that it's weird that, as far as I know, we've never seen an MMO with procedurally generated zones. I guess technically that's not true. We do have Nightingale, and that has some procedural generation. But it's weird to me that you never walk out of a city and then the zone that you walk into just is different. I guess we have Albion Online. The mists in Albion Online are procedurally generated, as well as the roads in Albion Online. So there's like a mixture there of procedural generation and actually, honestly, Albion is a really good example of what I'm talking about. And I'd never really considered it before because I don't know. I don't know why. I never really considered it before. But because the zones, right, the mists and the roads and stuff like that are procedurally generated, it does take quite a bit more exploration to find the resources that you need. And there's a lot more resources just generally available. So I would say that's a really good step towards that system. And the other option that we have is to change the way we spawn resources. Instead of creating static resource systems, having more dynamic spawning resources could be an option. And that doesn't even necessarily mean just the iron ore moves, kind of in the same general area, but have something that's really dynamic that is based more on the game state. Especially if you were going to have procedurally generated zones, those zones could have tags based on, biome, weather, all kinds of different stuff could be tagged in the zone. And based on that, different resources could spawn. And so, having that in mind, I wonder if there's any way, because when I talked about the crafting system with the runes, I talked primarily about drawing the runes. But is there anything, any way to consider making those runes in a different way that might use different materials? Yeah, no, I don't know. Because you want the different runes to require different things. And I suppose it could be as simple as something like divination in this game, where you're going around and you're just getting the energy. So maybe different types of energy could be used to draw different runes. And so, yeah, I don't know. I do not know. More prawns. I don't know what these golden fish eggs are, or what I'm supposed to do to be able to get them. Dude, I'm getting all kinds of imps and stuff lately. Dope. Oh, the impling gave me a tuna. Or, as the Irish would say, a tuna. I only know that because of Garen on YouTube. That dude's funny as fuck. And it's not tuna fish. It's just tuna. There's no other kind of animal named tuna. Oh my goodness. Did I get another creature? It said a creature was discovered, but then I don't see it. Was I like maybe standing on top of it? Yeah. Yo, this is dope. I'm getting so many implings and stuff. This is fan-fucking-tac. Couldn't talk. Fan-fucking-tastic. What the fudge? Desert locust in amber? You have discovered a new insect. Nice. I found a bug. A brand new bug. We used to catch grasshoppers when I was a little kid. My dad or my grandfather, I forget which one because I was really little, made us little like grasshopper boxes. And it was basically just really fine mesh chicken wire wrapped around like a wood frame so that you could see into it. And then it had like a door on the front that swung open and you could drop the grasshoppers down inside. We used to go catch grasshoppers, put them inside our little grasshopper boxes. I don't really know why. We didn't do anything with them. We just let them go. I guess that's not entirely true. There was a time in our lives where we had a pet praying mantis. So we definitely would have, I don't remember specifically doing this, but we definitely would have fed the grasshoppers to the praying mantis. Praying mantises are freaking dope. Honestly, I kind of wish that I had a pet praying mantis. Now that I think about it. More prawn. Ooh. A prawn pound instead of a penny. Oh shit. Native guy. Who's native guy? Somebody shared an XP bonus with me. Now I'm getting 1% bonus XP. Fucking crazy. A gift of friendship. We don't have anybody named Native Guy in our friends list. Who is this person? Who are you? That's pretty fucking dope, though. Pretty fucking dope, though. Whoopsie. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-dow. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-da-ba-bow. Ooh, got another prawn pound. Yo, I've been getting those prawn pounds fucking hard. It's dope. But I think y'all are a little bored of the fishing. I think I'm a little bored of the fishing. It's pretty early, but I think we'll probably just go ahead and call the stream for the day. That seems like the best option. It's Wednesday. Wednesday's a boring day. That's fine. But yeah, I hope everybody has a great day. Thanks again for everybody stopping by and making my return to my stream super fun. I really appreciate it. And yeah, I hope everybody enjoys the rest of their evening. I will see you all on the next one.